Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Going to continue playing Blueprints tonight. And I'm hoping that this may be the night I actually get to see the credits roll. But we'll see what happens. Why those two busts in particular? It's probably nothing important. Who are they? Okay, that's the Baron Thomas Sinclair on the left, and Lord William Epsom on the right. Which actually would make sense, given that those are the two families that, yeah. It's the younger son's father and the, your grandmother's father. Well, those are your great-grandparents. Your great-grandfathers, obviously. Alright. Let's go with tool shed. A wrench. Huh. Okay. And a sledgehammer. That wrench seems quite useful. Drones are mechanical. So the breaker box, the boiler room, the lab, the workshop, security, the pump room. I can make them all common. Hopefully. That would be very, very good, that would. But to get the pump room, I first have to get the pool anyway. Well, one thing at a time. Starting off with the storeroom doesn't seem like a bad plan. Let's go with the parlor. Gems are in a box with a statement containing the letter U. The blue box is true. The gems are in a box with a statement containing the letter B. Okay, well that one contains the letter B. That one contains the letter B. Okay, all three of them contain the letter B, so that has to be true. And if that's true, then that also has to be true. Which means that is false. So they're in a box which does not contain the letter U. So they're not in the white one, or rather, hang on. Are in a box. That's false. So they aren't in a box with the letter U, so they aren't in white. It doesn't necessarily invalidate blue, though. And that would also contain the letter U. Blue is the only one that doesn't. Thank you. Closet's not a terrible plan. We've got 2 other routes up. Rabbit's Foot. Yeah, I've heard the Rabbit's Foot is really good. I don't know if I believe it, though. Then again, I've only gotten it once before. Okay. I think I prefer the spare bedroom in this case. Seems like a good choice. So I can make it really, really hard to find. If I was, for some reason, insane. That work is expected. Yep. Fantastic. Set security to low for now. Sleeping mask. Let's grab a sleeping mask, and I will actually wait on the other, because if I can get another coin, I can get that metal detector. Okay. Cool. Make that common as well, so I can run more experiments. Could I make a house of practically all aquariums? I probably could. Doesn't mean it'd be a good choice. None of those are going in the direction I need to go. And somehow, this is even worse. Magical. And that experiment does work both ways. Super good. I mean, I guess it's a learning experience. We're learning things. Mostly what the depths of hatred feel like. Much as I want that breaker box, and I do, I am super nervous having only one opening. shovel, didn't I? Yes, I did. Alright, we've got the courtyard to go. No, I should go with the dining room. What I really want is a breaker box, though. Let's just set that to commonplace. Disable the keycard system. Far back is that dark room. It's 8 back. Which means it'd be 16 to go there and back. Yeah, this is the right call. Even though I really want to read that history book. And I think I should have access to it. Have to be patient. Anything cool? Before I progress, I should see what I can see off of the courtyard. A billiard room, a bunk room, or a boudoir. Billiard room. know what the value is on this one. In normal darts, it's like 50, but that would be 53. That's not an option. Squared? Is that 3 squared? So would this be 16? 3 plus 1 squared? Yep. I don't like that. 16 minus 10 is 6. And I just got the secret garden key. So if I can get there, I should be able to get in. Which version is it? Is it still... It's still the redacted version. Dadgummit. I bought the right version. So I guess I have to pull this room twice more before I can actually... Oh, that's irksome. The secret garden is a 3-door room. Good. It's no help at all. Let's go with the workshop. I've got a lot of stuff right now. So I notice what's on here keeps changing, but I don't know why. means. Okay, could combine the rabbit's foot with the coin purse. Shovel with the battery pack. The shovel with the metal detector. Sledgehammer with the battery pack. Battery pack with the sledgehammer or the shovel. Let's start with the rabbit's foot and the coin purse. Doubles all the money you find. Neat. Let's do the shovel and the metal detector and the sledgehammer with the battery pack. See what we get. Plus. 3 things? Not just the 2 of them? Huh. Battery pack will go... Okay, clearly there's something I am not quite understanding. Let's go with the detector shovel, so we get 3 of them. Greater chance of finding money and keys. Much greater chance of finding money and keys while digging. Good. Is there anything else I can combine? Nope, because I need some other element. I don't know. Okay. Gymnasium's a good choice here, because of the experiment I'm running. Which actually, that's 3 successes. Where's the closest computer? If I want to do that or not. Why would the secret garden key not fit?
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. Yes. The fog is clearing. I see a shadow in the doorway. Silent footsteps in the hallways. An unlatched gate you did not open. A missing item you did not take. I see a young boy watched from afar. A young boy who once was brave, but now afraid.
Creepy.
What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Damn it! Why not? Well, that's ironic. There's the workshop. Stop in there, see if I can do anything with that. Actually, I'm gonna have to pass through there anyway once I get out of the antechamber, so I may as well just go for it. got this key with enough steps to actually be able to do something with it. And the extra allowance is nice too. Power hammer. Okay. A stronger sledgehammer that can also break down weaker brick walls. I don't... Direction to begin with. What's the point of hiding something to open it up? Wouldn't you typically have that hidden? Did I just get lucky with its initial positioning? Have. Okay. Come back to that if I have time. this effort for a dead end? Can't be right. Okay. Gonna go check the one under the fountain. Why do they have lines under them showing how far their stride is? Okay. That's a safe. Which means the code to it should be a date. What date, though? possibly the day he died. I think was November 3rd. Because the game starts on November 7th. And he died... Yeah, he died like the 3rd or 4th, I believe. Okay. So, nope. Anything on the back? No. What time would that be? No, neither of those. So it's not just indicating the time with the line. If we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. Gates can be how far apart somebody steps. So small gates applies to the hunched over man and the woman. Alright, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 for the man. The woman, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, assuming it still needs to be in the same format of a date, there is no 15th month. April 15th. Dearest Mary, I know the events of the past year have catapulted you into a world you may not have been ready for. It's cruel, the way time rips through our lives, leaving them barren and fruitless like windscarred plains. Throughout this all, I know your principal concern has always been Simon. You didn't need to confide in me yesterday for me to realize that fact. Everyone who knows you understands this. I will take full responsibility to ensure that regardless of how your current project pans out, Simon is shielded from any fallout and, God forbid, repercussions. A child should never suffer for the iniquity of the parents. I, of course, write you all this in the hope that I can set your mind at peace when imagining the worst-case scenarios, not because I think such an outcome is likely. No, Mary, I have few apprehensions and fewer fears. Assuming everything goes according to plan, you should be reunited with Simon again before his 10th birthday. Well, that didn't happen. And while 2 years might seem like an eternity to a mother, I've always heard the days pass by more quickly in the East. As for me and you, I have already come to terms that our meeting yesterday was very likely our last. I am too old and too stubborn to ever leave this place. I am too attached to the home our family has built up. Room by room. Yes, I have a strong premonition I will be buried in red soil under red flags, a compromise I know you yourself would never accept. It has been a joy watching you grow up, and getting to know you. Your mother and I spoke of little else during your school days. I know she'd feel the same bittersweet pride I feel now. To see you following in your father's footsteps and making the same sacrifices he did. Farewell, my marigold. May we meet yet again. May we yet meet again, your Uncle Herbert. So that changes the story a bit. So, if it was supposed to be reunited before your 10th birthday, and that would have been 2 years, that would mean that you would be 7 or 8. In 1993, you are 14. So then, be 7 or 8 years before that. When did she disappear? Because this letter is being written to her in 88 or 87. Or, wait, is that right? No, 85 or 86, probably. Also, it would appear that your grandfather, Herbert's younger brother, died. Died at some point before all of this, before your mother's disappearance. Currently, I'm assuming that you're basically the last remaining scion of the royal family of the previous regime, and that your mother disappeared as part of some plot to regain the throne. Anyway, when did she disappear? Oh, come on. Steam is not showing me all of the pictures I've taken. Okay, so the crown jewels were stolen September 2nd. But it doesn't say the year. Ah. She disappeared February 22nd, 1987. So the timeline matches. And I believe the crown jewels were taken shortly thereafter. Okay. So the timeline matches. Alright. get back outside, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. So 8 steps. Probably would be about 20 steps to get back here. Or rather, from the entrance hall, I'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to get here. Underground lake. Okay. Partial map of the abandoned mine. Wait, this is the sigil, or a sigil. It's Orindra's, the old kingdoms. Let's see if we can find my pictures of that. Here's the sigil book. Can't figure out the weather from that, but they consider themselves metropolitan. It's hard to tell about the border. Possibly purple? Or no, purple's a different one. Maybe green. I mean, it's just there's nothing there to really help me. Huh. Use all my steps down here. I'm gonna basically lose the use of the power hammer, which I don't want to do since I don't know when I'd next be able to get one. So I'm actually gonna leave off exploring this area for a bit later. And instead, I'm gonna go see about knocking down... Got a power hammer? Yes, it can. High pressure condenser. 1917, excavation progress is going smoothly and crew spirits are higher than they have been in weeks. I believe this increase in morale is in no small part due to the installation of the boiler, which has honestly been a godsend. We now have steam power and no longer have to rely on raw muscle to scrape and heave at the clay like dogs. The new steam power hoists and winches... new winches are fully operational, and we have been able to unearth over 5 times as much sediment per shift as we had been previously excavating. It worries me that I need to somehow set up a boiler next to the foundation room. Looks like I've broken in somewhere. Probably also the basement. Yeah, it looks like it wants steam power. Which means I'll need to draft a boiler and somehow get it hooked up to this room. How would I hook up a boiler to the basement? That opens up the foundation entrance to the basement. Lucky thing I had a power hammer this run. And also thought to drain the freaking fountain ahead of time. Actually, oh Okay, so you can actually push these out of the way, and you can get in here. You just have to figure out that you can actually interact with the pallet jacks, which honestly doesn't exactly leap out at you, considering how little you can interact with in this world. Still, why did I work so hard to get down here? I feel like I need to get back there. Turn the thing. That clock stopped. Not sure if that's important, but take a picture of it anyway. Looks like another lift type. Okay, there's very clearly quite a bit of puzzle down here, but I think I'm gonna leave that for a fresh run. I mean, I'm definitely able to get back down here regardless, since it's not even a room. So that break should just remain. Castle. That would seem to indicate a series of three-letter words that castle is an acronym for. Maybe can all see the three-letter words that begin with an L. Low. Can all see the low egg? Ear? Eye? Eel? Eve? I don't know. I have no idea. Still locked, whatever it is. spare some torches. For all the good that does me. Could explore the basement, but I can explore the basement on practically any run. So I think I want to try and draft more rooms to see if I can find more places to use the hammer. Or, possibly even better, a closet so that I can store the hammer for a future run. Go ahead and eat now. That would be the... Yep, guess we'll go with corridor. Actually, I think I will do an office. Let me get a gem and try out something. Oh crap, I forgot I had that. That would have been sad, actually. Alright. Yeah, I think that's a pretty easy choice. Give me reroll dice. Always take me some reroll dice. Alright, what was the code to this one? It's 0304, I think. I've had 3 successes on my experiments, so I want to see if that's enough to get everything unlocked. Nope, 7.7. Maybe different experiments have different radiation rates. Let's go with the silver key. Oh. Yeah, I think we're doing the aquarium this time. That's right, this counts as like a red room. Aquarium was a great choice. That also means that we just had another experiment success. Actually, 2. Is that enough to unlock everything? I think that should be enough. Fantastic. So all doors are unlocked. I've got to know. I've got to know if that includes the antechamber doors. Probably doesn't, but I need to know. Do I have anything else I can combine? No, haven't picked up anything new. Wine cellar, because we shouldn't need any more keys this run. Yeah, that's 1213. That heraldry. See the family tree again. Feel like that might be... Yeah, it is. So you've got the Sinclair coat of arms on the right, or on the left rather, and then the Epson coat of arms on the left. Sorry, left, right. Sinclair, Epson. 1213. Wonder why the union of those two houses is... I mean, clearly they married much more recently. 1213 is like 700 years ago. Anything funky in here? everything I'm seeing. Okay. So no, the radiation protocol does not drop the doors in the antechamber. That looks like Lady Epson. His daughter Mary is our mother. That doesn't look like our granduncle. Could be our grandfather? I thought he had... I don't know. Not quite sure. Not really sure who's who. Might actually want a magnifying glass in here one of these days. Ah, the opportunity to redraw. Never had a vault. Let's take a look. I think I actually have a vault key. I do have a vault key. Cool. Oh, and it tells you the date. Dadgum, that's a lot of money. Wish I had some way to take it with me. Got the key to box 233. Allowance token. Nice. Yep, more fat stuff. Fen Aries passport. International passport, diplomatic pass. Great. Daniels, huh? Says compromised. Okay. None of those suits my purposes. Money and gem will not reset at the end of the day, and they cannot be adjusted or used until tomorrow. I have so much money right now, it's insane. If I could get the dadgum bookstore tomorrow... Yeah, I think this is worth it. That looks like a letter. Frozen in the ice there. That's definitely a key. What if I put the furnace in here somehow? Is that a computer? The network servers are finally out of cold storage, or at least as many as we could fit into the surrounding walls of the grotto off of the East Drive. The last few days have been very busy, but I'm glad to be able to take a short break from gardening and help Randolph install the network. It was, after all, the least he could do, since it was I who suggested the final location. We decided that we are going to store the 2 unused servers here in Mount Holly's freezer. They should serve as readily accessible replacements should any of the primary consoles fail. Denny Revane, admin key, Rivad. Okay, we have an admin key. Sweet. And an upgrade disc. Another one. And we're going to start tomorrow with 170 gold. If I can draft up the bookstore, that's going to be really, really good. Still wonder if I can melt the ice in here somehow. Alright, but can't do any of that today. What I can do is go explore the basement. Oh, and use this disc. Well, I've still got it. Okay, upgrade to the billiard room. I don't understand. I don't... I mean, I can already get the Great Hall Foyer and Secret Passage, so what does it mean it will add them to today's draft pool? Now that could be quite handy. This kind of seems pointless. Oh, that makes the math puzzle easy. Yeah, I don't need that. Honestly, I don't see the point of the pool hall since I can already get those rooms. So I don't know what it means by it adds them to the drafting pool. Unless it just means that you'll likely pull them from here, but I don't know if that's the case or not. This seems like it could be kind of difficult to pull off, but quite useful when used. Might not have been the best choice, but oh well. Maybe I should have gone with the other one. Wonder if there's any opportunity to shift those. Alright, where is this leading me? Bells, Sandy Heights, 5 p.m. Ah, right, that's the place our mother was abducted from. Alright, antechamber entry controls. Okay. South lever's in the greenhouse, west lever's in the secret garden, east lever's in the great hall, north lever is in the underground. And there's something I can't quite read in two parts of it. And now I need a magnifying glass again. But since this is static and I don't have to roll to get this place open, I just have to get lucky enough to get a magnifying glass, which is much, much lower RNG than getting the magnifying glass and a specific room. Because this room will always be here. Pull that here. Okay. And I'm on the other side of the lake from the fountain. Okay. And on the other side of that minecart. Okay. full underground map. Alright, so this is the Foundation elevator. The concealed entrance to the underground. That's the minecart. This is where we're at now. This is the fountain entrance we came down earlier. Cliffside exit. Right, that's where we broke into to get to the basement. So we basically explored this area, and here, and we're now poking around here. This was blocked off. We saw this earlier. This is the room that had the seal in it. Torch chamber, okay. And that's the reservoir, which in theory could be drained. The north lever is behind this. Okay, so if I can get there, I can get and see what's on the other side of that. Mechanarium. The Mechanarium has one door for each mechanical room in your house. Yes. Why would I not want to do that? That sounds like a good idea. Okay, so that's the one I need to get to. Alright. Minecart's in the wrong spot. Minecart's in the wrong spot. And the boat's on the other side. But I could go out the main... I could go out the door I broke open. And then head down the other entrance. And maybe that'll work. Of course, I could just run out of steps. That's another thing that could happen. But at this point, I've made so much progress in this run, I really don't think I can complain. I can't get to the boat. Unfortunately, I doubt that's going to persist till tomorrow. And I don't have enough steps to get back there. Ah, nuts. Bittersweet experience, working on such a historically significant excavation over the past 30-odd months, yet being unable to share any of that work with the world. Maybe one day. Still, there is a significant amount of work that has yet to be done, and it is vitally important that we conclude our efforts in the main cavern and reinforce the structural integrity of the site before we seal the tunnels next month. It may be many generations before they are reopened. I guess I That was a really solid run. So I have a redonkulous amount of money. And I want to do my best to try and draft a bookstore today. Like, that is my pretty much only real goal for this run, is to draft a bookstore. No longer have the, that blessing that let me, get reroll dice whenever I made a store. that's false. So that has to be false. So this has to be true, and that would mean it's the white one. Okay, we've got a chance to get the bookstore. Fantastic. Yeah, I'll just take all of them. Thank you. Of course, it's still going to take me several days to draft a library enough times to get all of those, but still, I now have the option. And that's pretty great. Perfect. Couldn't ask for better. Oh wait, while I'm here. The dark room does me any good right this second, but the other two will persist. Security level high, since they're all open anyway. Since I've got the extra money, also may as well go buy out the commissary. Particularly the running shoes. Now to figure out... Wait. First things first. Well, go with the shrine. That's also pretty great. Can actually turn... Of course, it requires gems, but still, that's very solid. Does it include today, or is that later? Also, what is this space for? Oh good, it's still unlocked. Okay, so yeah, I have really easy access to get that door open. Huh, that kind of sucks. You don't even get to choose. It just... I don't like that. No, I don't like that at all. An extra 20 steps wouldn't be bad. You know what? Let's do the attic. I've never done the attic. Let's do the attic. Oh, there's the key to the secret... That's the key to the secret garden. Okay. Alright. This is also a new room. I should take care to look around. It's gotta be you and your brother with your uncle, or your granduncle when you were boys. Magnifying glass, I could use that down. Down in the basement. Alright, dear Miss Marigold, Ms. Marigold. That's right, it was a pen name. So I'd say, she was married. Anyway, April 12th, thank you so much for giving our editors the opportunity to consider your illustrated children's book, The Red Prince. Unfortunately, I regret that we have come to the conclusion that although the illustrations are wonderful, we do not think the material is a good fit with Ruffington's current catalog and therefore will not be pursuing a partnership at this time. If you provided us with a return envelope, your manuscript will be returned to you. Otherwise, it has been recycled. Thank you again for thinking of us here at Ruffington, and do not be discouraged to submit any work you complete in the future. We wish you every success in finding a home for your book. Thomas Yanders, Editor, Ruffington Red Publishing Children's Book Department, Conchetta Court, etc. Change the ending to political. Okay. I might actually reach room 46 today.
There was once a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. He didn't see the birds or the changing of the leaves, and he never saw the sights of life's many symphonies. He couldn't see beyond the red shade he was aware. He never caught a glimpse of the world I had to share. But one day the prince saw something new. And if you look closely, you might see it too. The skies parted and the clouds withdrew. The prince had a new favorite color. The color blue.
about that? So it strikes me that basically there's an underlying political intrigue. Your character was, at least as a boy, very patriotic, but your mother was more patriotic for the country that used to be. And her first book, which was in its original version rejected, was the story of her trying to, well, an allegory for her trying to show you the glory of what was, and hoping you would take up her cause in time. And that might be part of what this whole thing is. Maybe. One thing that does confuse me. I thought you had an older brother, but aside from the bunk beds, there's been no reference to him. Okay. I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back in a few minutes. And back. So, what do I do now? Okay. Dear Baron, welcome to Mount Holly, your home. I still remember the first time I was addressed by my title. I was quite a bit older than you, but it still felt strange, especially after a lifetime of hearing my father addressed daily by that same title. But life is a journey of growth, growing up, growing older, growing wiser, and in our case, growing into the Baron of Rettington. The Baron doesn't have to be a daunting figure. He could be quiet and unassuming, or loud, brash, and boisterous. He could be deceptive or trustworthy, humble or boastful, or any measure of other things, but always clever. When I inherited Mount Holly, I never had to prove myself. They just gave me the keys and left it at that. It felt too easy, too trivial, and very undeserved. Experience comes with time, but without validation, I spent the better part of my youth questioning myself. And as I grew older, that lack of conviction and aimlessness amplified. I never really had any goals or objectives to strive toward. I never had any dreams to realize. I never set my sights on something beyond the horizon. I never had a Room 46 to reach. And now that you have reached your goal and are basking in your well-deserved glory, shiny trophy in hand and showered with accolades and titles, will you be content to stop there, or will you look to the horizon and wonder what dreams lie ahead? Ovin Navari, I don't know what that means. Herbert S. Sinclair. Is that Latin? Okay. Alright. I've only found 5 of the 7 letters. There's 2 more to find. There's 8 blue rooms, 1 bedroom, 2 shops we've never found. Huh. 8 different doors. Okay. So yeah, I've got a bunch more rooms to find, it would seem. Nothing new here. You know, I saw the tomb pop up, but only once. Kinda wish I could get that to come up again. Is there anything terribly useful in here? I mean, yeah, the future's safe, but... to get in and open up the door through this side, but instead work my way to the foundation, come down from that end, open up the door, and then go back up. Because I just used like 17 steps. Oh. Okay. How did I not notice that sitting there? Well, we've never had the gift shop, so we may as well pull that out. Blue tents. Why the heck would you be staying in a tent still if you've inherited the house? Shouldn't you be staying in the bedroom? Like, haven't you earned the right to do that? Okay. So that's a ridiculous amount of money. So I guess the chef's name is Joya? Mount Holly Tea is probably a complete waste of time. Magnifying glass. Do we have an E here? Wait a minute. I think this might just give us the solution to the drawing puzzle if we just put it down. So anywhere you put it down, that's... Well, no, but the drawings are there. And it's had an R on it. Inconclusive. Five? That's gonna be a hot minute. Five. Good night. Of course, you get 8 out of it, so it, is a net positive, but dadgum. A box next to this box displays a false statement. No statement is displayed at all. A box next to this box contains the gems. So that's a lie because there's no statement there, therefore that has to be true. Sure, let's do a pantry. Spare bedroom, maybe? That's right, I've got the shelter going. think this is the this is the unredacted version. Alright, so Orindia was once the name used to designate the realms of the eastern waters. Though the term is no longer employed in the halls of politics, nor commonly known to the average citizen, its memory flickers in the hearts of those who hail from the lands it once encompassed, and many of the elder generation in hushed circles still refer to themselves as Orindians. Yet we must not let the flame of our history dwindle into obscurity of whispered conversations, nor permit our leaders to enjoin us to abandon the name of our land. We must keep alive the embers of our past and preserve them for the generations yet to come. 1. Adjara. Most historians mark the beginning of the First Era, often denoted as Adjara, by the ascension of the first king of Orindia, whose name, Orus, would later grace the burgeoning township in which he was crowned. Orus was known before his coronation as a prominent merchant lord of considerable means and affluence, whose sway in the region made him the ideal candidate for the unification of the surrounding provinces. Regrettably, history is not always forthcoming, and the surviving records of those bygone days are mostly limited to trade agreements and sales receipts. Nevertheless, we can deduce from these ledgers that Orus had but one aim: expansion. The territory spread forth from the heart of Orus, and by the end of the 1st century, the black banners of Orindia could be seen fluttering in every hamlet and hostelry along every thoroughfare, from Orus all the way to the western banks. A new kingdom was born. 2nd Era. It was the 4th king of Orindia who split the vast domain into 3 equal shares, 3 realms for his 3 children. To the eldest, he granted the fields and mountains of his great-grandfather, the middle province and heartspring of the kingdom. The eldest accepted the gift and called the new realm Orindia Ares, after the angelic paragon of royalty, Orinda. To the youngest, he bestowed upon him the realm of Arch Ares, the land of the northern storms, a wild and untamed expanse which at the time was not as developed, but a good deal more vast than the elder brother's lot. To his middle child, his only daughter, he gifted the southern region of Iraja, the mystical realm of the ancestors, a land steeped in tradition, magic, and poetry of the old tongue. Third Era. As the 2nd Era drew to a close, the 3 sovereign realms had achieved a period of remarkable progress and prosperity. Each of these distinct regions, ruled by their respective sibling monarchs, had blossomed, cultivating the bountiful resources of their lands, and developing a unique character and culture that set them apart from one another. Despite those differences, the sibling monarchs managed to maintain friendly relations throughout their lives, and were known for their cooperation in matters of trade and transportation. The succeeding generations of their heirs continued that tradition, and the 3rd Era was defined by the construction of a vast network of railways that spanned the length and breadth of the land, linking the northern mountains of Arch Ares to the southern shores of Iraja. This development facilitated travel and commerce between the 3 realms, further strengthening their bond and laying the foundation for the promise of a prosperous and bright future, a promise that would unfortunately, as my readers will soon find, not be kept. As the kingdom of Orinda Ares entered the 4th Era, a different kind of ruler took the reins of power. King Desolates III was a king who listened to the voices of all his subjects, from the most influential advisors to the humblest of citizens. He was a king who was often seen among the people, eating, drinking, and conversing, a sight that shocked not only the gentry and the court, but the masses as well, who could scarce believe that they, as peasantry, would ever sup with the crown. Desolates was renowned as the king of the people, and it was therefore a surprise to no one when he made the decision to move the capital from the secluded mountains of Reddington to the public stage of Orus, leaving castle and court behind. The people were overjoyed by this choice, and the city welcomed their king with open arms and great fanfare, yet not all were swayed so easily. There were those that viewed the king's conduct to be unbecoming of his station, and were wary of how readily he could be persuaded by the tears and tales of the common folk. These dissenting voices planted the seeds of discontent, which took root in the lawns and gardens of the nobles of Fen, or as I have been instructed to say, the grand city of Fen. Era of Ruin. After the passing of King Desolates III, the Fourth Era came to an abrupt end. Thankfully, the king died naturally in his old age, surrounded by his people in Oris, far away from the growing unrest among the western city of Fen. On the very next day, the 6th of October, the self-proclaimed Prince Learson of Fen declared himself the true monarch. This declaration was bolstered by a surprising number of supporters, due to the fact that Desolates IV shared his father's good name, but little of his virtues. As the prospect of civil war seemed inevitable, the realm's regiments were hastily recalled from the frontiers to stamp out and put an end to the Fensurrection. However, instead of restoring order, what ensued was a savage and merciless campaign against their own people. The gardens of Fen, once a center of splendor, were transformed into a battlefield, as the cries of the innocent echoed through the city's streets, stained in red. The brutality of the pacification of Fen did not go unnoticed by neighbors. As sympathy for the city surged, allies came forward to lend support. Among them was the general of the Northern Regiment who, sickened by the barbaric actions of the other battalions, joined with the Prince Learson to form a formidable army. Together, they leveraged their political influence and favors to persuade the nearby realms of Ares and Nuance to join their cause. However, even with the tide turning in their favor, victory did not come easily. The War of the Fifth Era lasted 22 long years and saw buried 1 in every 3 men. Prince Learson himself added another number to the casualties. However, even in death, he had won. Oris had fallen, and with it the realm. The black flags that had flown for 5 eras were burned, and in their place, red banners were hoisted in honor of the fallen of Fen. The few remaining members of the former royal family fled in fear of their lives to the south, forever exiled. Today, the realms inherited by the three, Fen Ares, Arch Ares, and Raja, once again stand united as allies. Though the distance between our peoples has grown, our connection to this land remains as strong as ever. The spruce and birch that span across our realms serve as a constant reminder that we all share a common past, and as those trees continue to grow, so do our hopes for a common future. A future where we are not defined by the colors of the banners we raise, but by that which connects us, a land which we each call home. For this is, despite everything else, a land rich in history, a land of myth and wonder, a land that sprung forth the greatest empire the world has ever seen, the land of our fathers, of our mothers, and of our children. The land is, after all that has happened, still Orindia. So it's still Arch Ares to the north and Araja to the south. It's just that this is now called Fen Ares, as opposed to what it was previously called, which was Orinda Ares. And its color was black, not blue. I think we've also seen the colors of the other two kingdoms. Yeah, to the south is purple and to the north is yellow. So why blue? There was a specific room I was trying to get. What was it? Don't remember. Wait, yeah, I do. The trophy room. I was hoping to get that to pop again. You know, I haven't had a mailroom in a long time. sounded pretty good. And we can get a gem here too. Well, screw you. Oh, that actually did do what I wanted. Let's go ahead and... Okay. Underground north of reservoir. Already found that. One backup lever for each antechamber door has been installed in separate locations for redundancy. However, we have been told that the locations of this reserved system will not be disclosed to the staff. Well, great. It's not terribly helpful, really. But at least I know what it says. I also got that code for the admin access on the computer outside, didn't I? Need to check that. I also don't know what that lower bit is for. Check that later, though. First, I need to determine... Yep. If I leave the minecart there, then I have easy access to the northern lever through here. But of course, I still have to get to the atrium and still have to get the atrium open. open lever. If I can pull the greenhouse, I could get in that way. It's actually been quite some time since I saw the greenhouse. Wait. Maybe a code check would have been a better idea. Oh well. Might as well take a shovel. A couple of gems. New room. Okay. Once per day, while drafting, you can equip the Knight's Shield to ignore the negative effects of any one red room. Knock the locks off chests and trunks. Tomorrow morning, gain a star. I wish I hadn't spent all my money. Light candles and ignite fuses. Now I really wish I hadn't done that. Man. Maybe I can find some more cash, though. Maybe I can dig some up or something. I don't know. Greenhouse. That's an option? Why is that an option? That looks like a weakened wall. Without a power hammer, I could find out. Sadly, I don't have a power hammer anymore. And that only knocks the locks off chests and trunks. So that's no use. Wait, why didn't I rotate that one? I'm a fool. I'm an absolute moron. Thanks, I hate it. I feel like this is another run where I'm gonna get beaten by the RNG. Yeah, it's definitely looking that way. now? This pops up again now? Oh, and that's great. Like, I can't use... I... There's got to be a way to raise the temperature in here to get at this stuff. This is so fucking unfair. It's such an absolute ridiculous cockblock. I've gotten 2 of the outer doors open. I've gotten the back door open. But I can't get to them because it gave me bad rolls on the dadgum drafting. There's nothing I can do. That's it. I am locked out. That admin key has been deactivated. That note that was in the car. So I think that might have had something. I know that there was a note in the car, and I believe it pertained to this Ravain guy. It's also the one who supposedly stole the mail. Because he was running moonshine. One second, I need to find this. doesn't seem like it's likely to be useful. Let me look at the note from the freezer again. Install the network. And his key was the first four of his last name and his first name. That was an admin key. So I think I'm on the right track. What's the name of the head maid? Abby something, wasn't it? Let's try our uncle's name. Okay, we got it. User database. Tom K and more R also have... Okay, why would you tell me that? That is the worst information security I've ever seen. A regular user able to see the credentials of an admin. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Suspicion of blackmail and not watering the plants. let's go with 1 month. And let's turn on the mailboxes. Nothing new here. Alright, last cables have finally been laid and the office terminal has been connected to the central network. Given the ever-changing nature of the rooms of the estate, we chose to install the server outside of the house to maintain connection stability at all times. A small cavern off the eastern drive was selected for the server site. All remaining computer terminals on the estate are now connected to the network mainframe, and we will begin testing remote access capabilities between them. I've also asked the Baron to come up with a name for the network. After some deliberation, our network has been named Blackbridge, a somewhat ominous name for the project given the legend from which the term derives, but very fitting considering we chose the actual cave to house the mainframe. I only hope that our servers do not suffer the same fate that befell those in the story. Regular maintenance report fixed a connection error that was occurring between the office and security terminal. We have also added electronic mail capabilities to each terminal that can be accessed via the network. Recording capabilities of all cameras on the estate have been disabled. Additionally, the existing video playback functionality on the security terminal has also been removed. We've got 2 deleted logs. Bunch of deleted logs around March and July. As requested yesterday, a new admin key was created, though the requested name doesn't quite fit with our typical length formatting. Effective immediately, all electronic mail capabilities have been restricted and now can only be accessed via the office terminal. All other terminal inboxes have been archived and can only be restored via admin control. Temporary access to the mainframe and Blackbridge Grotto have been restored to perform routine maintenance. Temporary. Okay. Updated access privileges for the following account types: full access to all admin access, full access to all features, personnel access, access to user database, archive access, full access plus access to archived admin logs and deleted database entries. RTA is down while we work on a solution to reported terminal connection failures. RTA is working again. Terminal connections tested and confirmed functional. To make future testing easier, added the ability to access offline terminals through the RTA when Blackbridge is open. Per request, 1 temporary admin key was added to the network. Admin key deactivated. 1 new admin key has been added to the network. Welcome to the team. Added new data management features to Blackbridge admin control, updated user database. Changing of the guard. In preparation for Simon's arrival, inbound and outbound messages, as well as offsite connections from outside the estate, have been disabled per the instructions of the Baron himself. So there's an admin we don't know about, and we may be able to, okay. Duplicate save data, clear save data, create backup, restore from backup. Alright, so there is another super user out there. draft a billiards room today? Doesn't look like it. And I don't have a... You know, before I completely shut it down, I should see if I've got any dig spots. I might get a key. Might be able to expand from the gymnasium and either get a coat closet or a billiard room or something. Give myself a little bit of an advantage for the next day. I know I've already dug up foundation and the greenhouse. I think the aquarium. So the veranda might be the only place I'd likely have any more dig spots. Or did I already dig up the veranda? I may have already dug up the veranda, now that I think on it. Apparently I've missed the watering can. Okay, I did already dig these up. That's it. I can't buy anything because my stuff is frozen. Alright, well, no, I can't do anything. May as well just call it a day. It's our mother's third and final children's book. Well, I've got such fabulous options. I guess this one? I... Did I insult the game somehow? Did I do something to piss it off? This is bad. Yep, that's it. That's the run. I am unable to proceed. I enjoy a lot of things in this game. I do not like how often the RNG makes everything so much more difficult. Like, you know what you want to do, you have an idea of how to solve a puzzle, but you can't even test that idea. You can't even begin on it, because you have to deal with the RNG. And you're just stuck. A lot. It's deeply frustrating. can raise this thing up, but why do I want to? Thought for a minute maybe it was something to do with the upper doors. Maybe it is, and it's just I'm not deep enough into the game to understand that piece yet. There's nothing really below. That's control. Those two pretty much lead to the same spot. That leads to the underground. That's control, and that is just a note. This run has been rather fruitless and kind of frustrating. But I'm stuck. many rooms are there to use that on? The boiler and the pump room, but to get the pump room first I have to get the pool. Box is true. One of the other two boxes is false. You will find this you will open this box and find it empty. So if the blue box was false, then that would also have to be false, which would mean that that would be true. One of the other two boxes is false. So in order for this to be false, okay, let's think about this for a second. One of the other two boxes is false. You will open this box and find it empty. The blue box is true. If that statement is true, that one could still be true if the gems are in the white box, because then we would open that box and it would be full. So that would be false, that would be true, that would be true. That logically works. On the other hand, if the blue box is false, it can be false if neither of the other two statements is true, or if both of them are true. So then we would open and find it empty, but then that would say that is true, but that doesn't work because that has to be false. In order for this statement to be false, this statement would also have to be false. Which would be fine, except that all three can't be false. So I think it is in the white. Gotta hope for a shovel. Or a sledgehammer, actually. Alright. I've limited myself to one open door. That was stupid. And here we see why that was stupid. Hey, sledgehammer. to do, he'd likely tell you. For you are looking for a new clue too. Route 8. He had retraced his sketches and studied the files, reviewed all his cases, and gone through the piles of evidence present and precedents evident, retraced his steps as it stretched on for miles. That's one of the angels. He had looked high and low in all of the rooms, he had searched every corner in each of the tombs. In this particular case, he had checked every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. He looked and he looked. Under beds and in nooks, he questioned the maids, he questioned the cooks. It was already over when he spoke to the chauffeur, who told him he knew clues were found only in books. So tome after tome that the library loaned and the books that he had already owned were searched from their covers all the way through. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. He changed all the letters in the lines that he found. He checked all the colors of the spines that were bound. He doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting, and found the diction of each word was sound. He stayed up all night and studied the maps. He laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps, and if his directory was considered trajectory, it was nothing short of a full mental lapse. A man obsessed and a cuckoo too, they would say as he would wander through. The best medicine is not yet evidence. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. Having read this book so many times, having scoured over each of its cryptic lines, have you exhausted your search? Have you seen all the signs? Or is there perhaps something new, something overlooked but now in view? Have you finally found it? Could it really be true? If it's a new clue, you know what to do. Look at this with a magnifying glass as well. Record each major key? Might be trying to point me to the meta puzzle for the letters in each room, but there were other things that pointed to that, so I don't think that's going to be what it's directing me toward. That is a lie. Because it's in red. Oh hey, another D8 and 2 hour. Eighth angel points to our dreams. Eighth angel points to our dreams. Okay. Because that's a ripped off page. Yeah. The eighth angel points to our dreams. You know, I should probably actually pull that lever. if I pull the vault. I don't have a security room yet, do I? Nicely. Haven't missed anything, that's good. Can I know how to use this stupid thing, I swear I do. Record each major key. There are 8 doors down there. There are 8 major keys. Maybe I'm supposed to use the major keys to get there. To open something up down there. Now, let's see it screw me. Or not. Fantastic. Good, I was hoping for a boiler room this run. Doesn't really help me that much, but helps some. So I won't get to keep that. The first key found here on the furthest rank. The second locked tight in the vault of a bank. The third high up among all the clocks. The fourth down below beneath all the docks. The fifth key is held by a king on his throne. The sixth in a station left by one of your own. The seventh is major if you draft it quite late. The last key is waiting behind the last door of 8. family, and a kind of musical note. Interesting. Clock stopped. Secret room is not as secure as you thought. We have your letters. 8 letters, 8 payments, 100 gold. Instructions to follow. This secret room. Likely have to do with the ransom demand referenced in letter 8. Huh. New room. Ah. Almost got a new room. think steam flows through the dining room, does it? But you know... No, because the vents only go out those 3 directions. Nope. And I know I need to power that up to be able to use this thing. Which I think is necessary to drain the reservoir. But then we'll also have to refill the fountain, but that's gonna have to be for later. Hmm. 32. Permanently remove gem cost from 1 room. Unfortunately, I don't have that much on me. Scotland was a metropolitan realm, and I remember that kind of symbol. Yeah, it's gotta be that. It's gotta be the metropolitan. What I don't remember is the color. The color wasn't clearly indicated. It should be black, but I don't remember. I don't know if I've ever seen what black is supposed to be. hotel and spa, 8 realms in 8 months. The objective was simple enough, but in what order, what route, and where to start? Questions like these are the ones I tend to ignore, as planning has never been my strong suit. Well then, in the true spirit of adventure, I have departed, forsaking both map and plan, and as it happens, the road has taken me south. It seems fitting to begin the journey by visiting a fragment of the Old Kingdom, a landmark as black in realm as it is in name, and a story I feel closely connected to. The Orinda Ares variation. Due to the overwhelming amount of artifacts bearing the Orinda Ares sigil that were destroyed after the war, Morojai puzzle boxes featuring the infamous black symbol are among the rarest and most valuable collectors can acquire. When black tiles are pressed, the entire row shifts to the right, as if on train rails. basically about figuring out which realm he visited when. The question is, I guess number one is Orindia, except it doesn't really exist anymore, so I don't know how he visited it. Or I need to find 7 other sigil keys to unlock all these doors to be able to play the sigil inside, which means I need to know what the sigil is. Which means I probably need to go through the schoolhouse classrooms, and library books to try and find those. How do I power that on? Almost forgotten that existed. Huh. I guess I've got that then. Alright, let's see here. What do I currently have open? Gotten into the basement. There's still the music sheets puzzle, the clocks in the den. How many red letters have I found? 5 red letters, so I'm still missing 2 red letters at least. There's her ladyship's journal. Eight realms and 8 months, which requires basically knowing the other 7 countries' sigils and knowing the other 7 country sigils, finding the other 7 sigil keys, and identifying the order they were visited in, as well as the globe's geography. Quite a lot for that one puzzle. find the other 7 sigil keys. Based on the clue we've got. We need to get to the bank vault. Third is in the clock tower, which I've never even seen. Fourth, I need to drain the reservoir. Fifth key held by king on his throne. Sixth in a station left by one of your own? Seventh is major if you drafted late. And I think the 8th is behind the... is in room number 8. So I've got some idea about maybe half of them that remain. And you know, there's also that other puzzle down here. Plus whatever the castle thing is a clue to. Staff contracts are no longer kept on the highest rank. What does that mean? Maybe that's talking about the Blackbridge terminal? 3 squared is 9. 6 squared is 36, minus 16 is 20. 3 squared is 9, minus 4 is 5, divided by 5 is 1. I have no other keys, so I really don't have a choice. Probably gonna be a... I could go through the conference room, maybe get another couple of drafts, but, yeah. Still don't know why that was hidden. Unlocked. Courtyards? Why have I got 2 courtyards? How have I got 2 courtyards? I already have a courtyard down here. Doesn't make any sense. Man, it really does not want to give me a greenhouse. That's frustrating. Maybe we can get a second key. Question is, which box is it in? How many boxes do they have? Second passport for our mother. probably try and get to a computer there in security. Yeah, I don't really have enough steps to fill in those 2 spaces. So, all things considered, need to go use this upgrade disc, and then probably end the day in the break room. Considering the rather late hour, that's probably where I'll end for tonight. Huh. They consider that to be an upgrade. I mean, I guess that would make it easier, but I haven't really needed it. I think I'd rather just have the extra gem. Of course, one thing that doesn't make any sense is why I'm still adhering to the rules of the game when technically I fulfilled the bequest. I own this house. I shouldn't have to leave my tools behind to reset all my stuff every day. Ah, well. You do it because if you didn't, it wouldn't be a video game. Alright. That's gonna be it for me for tonight. As always, thank you all for watching, and y'all have a good night.